Good morning, all of you. Please take your seats. We are about to begin our second sitting of the Governing Council. Please take your seats.
Come in from sorry. Yeah, so you come in from the sides and then you go out that way.
Let's start.
Good morning again, dear colleagues. I'm going to request those of you standing to please take your seats. I hope you're all enjoying your stay here in Istanbul, much as it's coming to an end by the end of today. And colleagues, as we announced during our first sitting, a significant part of today's agenda will be devoted to elections. in particular the election of our Secretary General. Elections are also scheduled to take place for several of the subsidiary bodies of our Governing Council. Not to mention that we will be closing the 152nd Assembly today, and I understand some of you will be flying back home today. Therefore, I'm going to suggest that we all make use of the few hours that we have today dedicated to the job that is ahead of us. And I'm going to also request those of you who will be requesting the floor to speak to please be concise and brief. And I count on your cooperation, dear colleagues. I would like to suggest the following adjustment to our proceedings today. We will start with item 13, which is the election of the Secretary General. And while the votes are being counted in order to save time, we will continue with item 9 of the agenda, which is talking about the IPU priority theme for 2026, which is respect for human rights. This will be followed by item 10, future interparliamentary meetings. As you will recall, colleagues, item 8B, situation of certain parliaments, usually takes longer, and we didn't consider that in our first sitting. I would suggest that we address it after the first round of voting in the election of the Secretary General. Well, we are saying first round of voting because we are unsure whether we will go to the second round or not. Hopefully not. As you elected your president last time, we didn't go to the second round. So I hope we will not be having the second round this time, but we have to factor that when we are planning the time that we have today. In addition to the election of the Secretary General, we will also have to hold elections to the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians and the Committee on Health. Elections to these bodies will be held by show of hands. I suggest we organize the two elections together in the afternoon session. Colleagues, I take it that you agree with me that we begin with item 13, right? Okay, the clap of hand indicates that we all agree. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Dear colleagues, before we start the election, let me share with you a brief recap of the process for the selection of IPU Secretary General. Since it launched approximately 1 year ago, it has been a long process. The vacancy was opened in April 2025. With a deadline of 1st August 2025 for applications. Guided by the registrar of the process, the IPU president and the vice president drew up an initial shortlist, reducing over 58 applicants to 20. In December 2025, the executive committee was invited to further reduce that list to a short list of 5 candidates through a vote. Earlier this week, colleagues, the executive committee was informed of the results of an expert assessment of those 5 candidates, which included background checks and validation of their credentials and their proficiency in IPU's true official languages. The executive committee was able to confirm that confidentiality, transparency with regard to the process and equal opportunities for all candidates were maintained throughout the process. Based on this, the executive committee held interviews with all 5 candidates here in Istanbul on Sunday, 12 April. At this stage, the short list comprised Ms. Dionysia Theodora Averinepoulou from Greece, Ms. Okay, thank you. Ms. Anda Philip from Romania, thank you. Ms. Sang-Soo Jun from Korea, thank you. Ms. Fatou Dieng Thiam from Senegal, and Ms. Cecilia Widegren from Sweden. Colleagues, as you have learned, Mr. Jun experienced a sudden health emergency during this interview. On behalf of the IPU and all member parliaments, I wish to extend our sincere best wishes for Mr. Jun's swift and full recovery. We are hopeful for... Thank you. Thank you. We are hopeful for his return to good health in the very near future. We are in consultation with the hosts, the Grand National Assembly, who have responded efficiently to this emergency. We also wish to recognize his valued participation in this process. We commend his commitment to service at the highest level. Our thoughts are of course with him and his family during this very difficult time. The IPU will continue to work closely with the Parliament of Türkiye to provide the necessary assistance within our respective capabilities. Colleagues, following this unfortunate situation, the initial list I have just mentioned has been narrowed down to 4 candidates or to 4 persons whose names the Executive Committee forwarded to you 1 week ago. These 4 names will be on the ballot paper, and I believe they have all tried to reach out to you for votes. So we have on the ballot paper the following 4 candidates: Ms. Dionysia Theodora Averinopoulou, Ms. Anda Philip, Ms. Fatou Dieng Thiam, Ms. Cecilia Widegren. In the meantime, I would like to draw your attention to document CL/217/13-INF.1-Rev outlining the voting procedure for the election of the Secretary General. Colleagues, in accordance with Rule 29.2 of the Governing Council, the results of the secret ballot shall be ascertained by 2 tellers appointed by the Council. For the purpose of today's election, 2 tellers from the geopolitical groups with no candidates running for the post of the Secretary General should be nominated. These are the Asia Pacific Group and GRULAC. The 2 tellers are being proposed are Ms. Fatimat Sauda from the Maldives, and from the Asia Pacific Group, Ms. Fatimat Sauda, Maldives, from Asia Pacific Group, and Mr. Manzoor Nadir from Guyana, who will be representing GRULAC. Colleagues, do I take it that we agree with these nominations? Thank you very much. It is so decided. So we now have the 2 names of the 2 tellers. Candidates have also been given the opportunity to nominate an observer to be in the room during the vote count. So each one of them will present us with 1. Now, in accordance with the agreed procedure, each of the 4 candidates forwarded by the Executive Committee will make a brief 5 minutes address to us. May I draw your attention to the fact that at this juncture, no questions will be fielded. And this is guided by the fact that delegations have had a chance to ask candidates questions at meetings of their geopolitical groups, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, but also yesterday when we met during the hearing in the evening. The candidates will make their presentation in alphabetical order by surname. Colleagues, that said, I am now going to ask Ms. Dionysia Theodora Averinopoulou to take the floor for 5 minutes. Ms. Averinopoulou, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear President, dear Secretary General, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. In a few moments, you will have to make a critical decision that will affect the future and the effectiveness of our organization. The IPU has always stood for democracy and dialogue, parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation, solidarity, inclusivity, and respect among our parliaments. These values are today more important than ever. In a world facing uncertainty, division, geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, threats to democracy, and a serious backslide from multilateralism, the IPU should rise to its role. It should rise to its historic responsibility to defend democracy, multilateralism, human rights, and peace. In our era, the global role of parliamentarians is more relevant than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, if the IPU did not exist, we would have to invent it today. So the question before us is not simply who will serve as the next Secretary General. It is how, by its administration, we ensure that it remains strong, relevant, responsive, and representative to all its members. We need an IPU that it is modernized and renewed, a true world parliament in the center of the global governance that will make your work more visible and more influential. We need an IPU that empowers parliaments to have a stronger voice, an IPU that invests in parliamentary diplomacy, in preventive action, and can play a role that is complementary to governments, but also decisive in de-escalating tensions and promote peaceful resolution of disputes. We need an IPU that will provide capacity building to our parliamentarians and will embrace innovation and digital and AI tools. An IPU that will keep promoting climate action, respect for human rights, gender equality, and will create more opportunities for young people and the young parliamentarians. We call on an IPU that will support in solidarity the parliaments of the developing and the least developed countries, as well the small island developing states, and will stand by the most vulnerable. An IPU that will contribute at the end of the day to the achievement of the well-being of our people and to a shared prosperity for all. The role of the Secretary General is acting in neutrality to help translate this shared vision into action and ensure that the IPU is, from an administrative perspective, fit for purpose, fully equipped to deliver upon these objectives that you have set. Today, I stand before you as someone who has served the IPU within it, as the Vice President of the Executive Committee of the IPU for 2 years, also as an experienced administrator of numerous other international organizations, and at the same time as an elected member of Parliament who understands the challenges of your own parliaments and of your own lives. I offer you leadership that combines stability and continuity of the organization with also expert knowledge. I have deep respect for our institution, for each one of you and your parliaments, and I also have the determination to strengthen the impact and raise the visibility of our organization. I have the credentials to ensure accountability, good governance, transparency, sound financial management, to find new and additional resources for all of us, and also to promote inclusiveness and closer alignment with the priorities of our member parliaments. I commit that I will provide the necessary parliamentary platform for dialogue, combining all of your voices and building bridges where they are most needed. Dear colleagues, this is a moment for unity, for multilateralism, and for a shared vision for our common future. I commit to serve you all with dedication, efficiency, and respect. Together, we can ensure that the IPU will be a pillar of active cooperation in a changing world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Averinopoulou. Colleagues, I'm now giving the floor to Ms. Anda Philip. Ms. Philip, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time of global turbulence, I believe that the IPU Secretary General should be a non-partisan steward with a realistic vision for the future. Someone who understands from within the challenges that the IPU faces every day. Parliaments under strain, rising expectations of delivery, matching ambition with limited resources. Someone with deep institutional knowledge and the skills to build consensus across regions and political divides. It is in these terms that I present my candidacy to you today.
I could tell you my whole story, but I'd rather focus on just a few moments that demonstrate my neutrality and institutional acumen. I was permanent observer for IPU at the United Nations and then director of member parliaments, always working hand in hand with the IPU political leadership and achieving good results, even in very complex situations. I believe strongly in IPU's potential. My vision is that IPU is as good as it can be and fully relevant in a time when multilateralism is being called into question.
We'll focus on three priorities. First, parliaments and MPs as peace builders. This is where the role of the IPU remains indispensable. We must place greater attention to prevention and early warning, identifying and addressing risks before these harden into conflict. Second, demonstrable impact on the global challenges. Under my leadership, the IPU will make that impact more measurable through practical guidance, allowing parliaments to learn from one another and to assess the progress that they make.
Third, build inclusive societies. Defending human dignity is essential for the IPU's mandate. That means redoubling efforts to combat violence against women, advancing with gender parity, and promoting youth participation. It also means creating the conditions for all parliamentarians to be able to work safely and freely. We've developed standards and action plans, and my commitment is simple. With the participation of our members, its implementation will be strengthened.
Is delivery. If the IPU is to maximize its impact, this will require prioritization and partnerships that are fit for purpose. We must also accelerate modernization. Our groundbreaking work during the pandemic, from virtual assemblies to remote elections, proved what is possible. I will advance the work of our Center for Innovation in Parliament so that technology enhances outreach, inclusion, and effectiveness. And during the various hearings that we held in the course of this week, I had the opportunity of sharing some ideas of initiatives that I would take as Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ready to serve as Secretary General. Our organization needs steady leadership, focused on delivery, respectful of its mandate and rules, and deeply attentive to the needs of our members. We must defend our foundational values, and we must help build a just global order founded on the rule of law and with a people-centered approach. This period of crisis can become an opportunity for the IPU if we seize it. For me, leadership begins with accountability to the members, and ultimately it is an act of service so that the IPU can be the very best that it can be. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Philip. Colleagues, I'm now going to call upon Ms. Fatou Dieng Thiam to take the floor. Ms. Thiam, you have the floor.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, I stand before you as a candidate, but also a woman convinced that the Inter-Parliamentary Union can and must become the engine for a stronger and more resilient democracy, promoting more proactive, inclusive, interconnected and accountable parliaments, promoting action in favor of peace, security, human rights and sustainable development. I am a practitioner of peace and security, a specialist in human rights, and an advocate for gender equality from the Global South. With 30 years experience in the multilateral environment in the United Nations, I've led multicultural teams in very complex crises situations. I've negotiated solutions when dialogue seemed impossible. And I've built strong partnerships which have made the difference. I have a deep conviction that the challenges of our era will not be resolved by war or struggles for power, but through dialogue and a collaborative, innovative, and profoundly human approach. I believe in the need for the effective participation of all for a fairer, more equitable world, so that no one is left behind. Inclusion for gender parity and intergenerational equity, but also for persons with disabilities, minorities, marginalized groups, and for multilingualism.
When the world is not just changing, but demanding a leadership that bridges divides, restores trust, and delivers results. Today, I ask for your trust to lead the IPU into an era where our collective action matches the scale of our challenges, and where no voice, no parliament, no person is left behind. If I have your trust, I will make this institution the engine of a parliamentary diplomacy that listens, acts, and protects. An IPU that anticipates crises before they erupt by strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and making parliaments key actors in conflict prevention. An IPU that does not just talk about inclusiveness, but practices every day. An IPU that embraces the digital revolution without ever losing sight of ethics and fundamental rights. As Secretary General, I will be your operational arm, an implementer standing for efficiency and effectiveness, ensuring that the organization operates with the highest standards of accountability, responsiveness, and strategic clarity. I am non-partisan. I do not have any political agenda. I will reinforce trust, transparency, and unwavering neutrality because IPU must be more than a bridge between political decision-making and administrative execution. It must be the backbone of our collective mission, an institution that serves all parliaments with fairness, free from patronage or bias in an increasing polarized world. I ask for your confidence, not because I have all the answers, but because I know the question that matters. Together, we can write the next chapter of the IPU story, one where our legacy is not just endurance, it's about relevance, impact, and transformation. It's about trust and effectiveness. I count on your vote for the IPU we want. أعتمد على تصويتكم من أجل الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي.
I count on your vote for us to create the IPU that we all aspire to.
Ms. Thiam. I am now finally giving the floor to Ms. Cecilia Videgreen. Ms. Videgreen, you have the floor.
I don't know. We'll try our best. Thank you. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Madam President,
IPU, thank you. Merci beaucoup, shukran, danke, tak, asante, muchas gracias, for the opportunity to meet and engage with you again. I have and I will continue to listen to you, to work together with you. You clearly value a leadership walking with you. You are the members. You are the heart of the IPU. And with extensive experience of what you are, I have decades of parliamentarism with me for you. And I listened to your speeches this week. We see how the world is shifting in a pace we haven't seen before. Conflicts and crises are on the rise. You, as parliamentarians, have responsibilities back home and hard work to prepare for. The IPU should be the force to help and find solutions for tomorrow. And you can either take the world as it is or wait around for a world you wish it to be. You can now add your parliamentary dimension to this parliamentary organization. Because legacy does not build future. History does not build organizations relevant. Only hard work builds trust and prepare for tomorrow. We want this parliamentary organization to be attractive to all 46,000 MPs. That is what you pay for. You are asking for more action. You're asking for impact, more relevance. I will strengthen the purpose of the membership in real practice. I will ensure that members of parliament are number one. You are the guardians of trust between people and powers. And by listening, I have built trust and I will continue to build trust. I am here to serve you all members. I came to you with a clear conviction. The IPU bucket must be filled because yesterday's answers cannot deliver. You will not be heard. But with your new strategy that you decided this week, you will now fill the bucket together with action, your action. Make sure that letters becomes tools in work. I am a farmer's daughter. I know what it takes to fill a bucket, to make something grow and to make something prosper. It takes teamwork, and you are the experts. You are a membership organization, and I'm here for you. I come from Sweden, a small country far up north. But we have a steady hand, and we partner with so many of you. We never act alone. We act for others. We bring tools. We are teammates. We are a humanitarian force in the world with big hearts, not at least in the global south, a partner you can count on. That's my backbone. That's the parliamentary diplomacy that I will bring to you. The IPU has a remarkable legacy of 8 Nobel Peace Prizes, a world record. The room and the world needs more of that. In this room, we have some of the best negotiators, some of the best mediators in parliamentary diplomacy in the world. It is time to use your expertise to build a roadmap for the 9th Nobel Peace Prize. Your expertise will be taken care of. I took the initiative for the IPU to strengthen the long-term financial foundation a few years ago when other multilateral organizations are cutting. I also led the importance of showing accountability and transparency and openness within the organization. Now is the time to step forward for the IPU and to build trust together to unlock the full potential of the IPU. Thank you for the consideration. Thank you for your support, and best of luck.
متشکرم خانم سیسیلیا، همکاران محترم. به سخنرانی 4 کاندیداهای دبیرکلی IPU گوش دادیم. الان اجازه میخوام که دبیرکل محترم اقدامات مربوط به رأیگیری رو ارائه بفرمایید. متشکرم خانم رئیس. مایلم که خاطر نشان بکنم درباره حد نصاب رأی چگونه هست. به یاد دارید که من در آغاز جلسه نخست در این مجمع اشاره کردم که 142 عضو حاضر از اعضای هیئت حاکمه وجود دارند که 72 رأی حد نصاب آرا خواهد بود. همین حد نصاب همچنین در جلسه امروز هیئت حاکمه ما هم حاکم هست، منطبق هست. جناب رئیس، شما در ابتدای عرایض خودتون در خصوص نحوه رأیگیری دبیرکل جدید صحبت کردید و در ملاحظه خودتون اشاره کردید که شورای حکام میبایست این کار رأیگیری رو آغاز بکند. فرصت رو مغتنم شمرده و میخوام به یک سری از عوامل اساسی که اونها رو باید مد نظر قرار بدیم اشاره بکنم. خانم رئیس، یک سندی هستش که در بین همه نمایندگان توزیع شده و در این منشور وضعیت مربوط به نحوه رأیگیری مشخص شده. لطفاً نمایندگان همه این بندهای وارد شده در این سند رو مطالعه بکنن. اجازه بدید به نکات مهمون و همه نکات اشاره بکنم. 1/2 از کرسی شورای حکام در شورای حکام 3 نماینده مجلس میتونن به عضویت این شورای حکام که البته هیئت متشکل از زن و مرد باشه. ما همچنین قاعده هر نماینده به طوری که هر هیئتی که متشکل از زن و مرد هستند می توانند که 3 رأی داشته باشند و این هیئت متشکل از زن و مرد 2 عضو برای 2 رأی میتونن داشته باشند. هر عضو پارلمان میتونن تو این کمیته حضور داشته باشن و حق رأی کامل دارن بر اساس ترتیب حروف الفبای انگلیسی. بعد از اینکه عضویت اونها به تصویب رسید، بعد رأی گیری میشه به صورت فردی و شخصا دعوت میشه که در یکی از اتاقهای دیده شده در کنار این مجمع و رأی خودشون رو صندوق ها بیاندازن. همین که برگه رأی گیری پر بشه، همه میرن به سمت صندوق های رأی در کنار همین اتاق و آرای خودشون رو زیر نظر 2 نفر از
Guyana to be your tellers in this election process here. So they will be sitting on these 2 chairs, supervising the delegates as they cast their votes in the transparent box that you have in front of you. And in accordance with Rule 29.2 of the Governing Council, the results of secret ballots shall be ascertained by 2 tellers appointed by the Governing Council, as I've just mentioned. For the election of the IPU Secretary General today, the 2 tellers shall be drawn from among the members. That is what has just taken place. And then once the votes have been cast, once all members have cast their votes, the tellers, 2 members of the IPU Secretariat, and a personal representative of each of the candidates will proceed to a designated room within this building. I believe that room has been indicated to all those concerned. The tellers will count the votes while the representatives of the candidates observe the process. Only valid votes will be counted. For the purpose of identifying the candidate most capable of securing a broad consensus among the members, the Governing Council will elect the Secretary General with an absolute majority of the votes cast as per Rule 34B of the Governing Council. That is 50% of the votes cast plus 1 vote. If none of the candidates receives the required majority in the first round of voting, the candidate who received the least support will be eliminated and a new round of voting will be held until such time as a candidate secures the absolute majority that is prescribed in the rules. Madam President, I hope that with this explanation, the process is clear to every delegate present in this room and that it will now be possible for you to move on to the actual voting process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Colleagues, do we have any question about this process? I don't see any hand, so I take it that we are all on the same page. That said, I'm going to call on Ms. Fatmat Sauda and Mr. Manzoor Nadir to come and sit here by the ballot box. While they are coming here, in the interest of time, I'm also going to mention the names of the observers that have been brought forward by the candidates. Ms. Stavriana Deli Petru, yeah, because she's entitled to 1, but she has brought 2 names, so I suppose one of them should get ready to represent Ms. Averinopoulou. So Stavriana Deli Petru or Ms. Eleni Androni. And for Ms. Underphilip, it's Ms. Cosmina Moldovan. For Ms. Fatou Dieng Thiam, it's Mr. Magaye Gueye. For Ms. Cecilia Videgreen, it's Mr. Ingvar Matson. So, okay, colleagues, our two tellers are already here. And now I'm going to give you a little explanation how the voting will take place. To assist the smooth flow of the delegates making their way to the front to cast their votes, delegates will be called in turn from alternate sides. So when South Africa is being called, the other side, I think it's Algeria, will be called. That is how it's going to work. So I am now going to call upon our secretariat, who is going to run us through the calling of the countries to come and vote. We will be led by Ms. Nora. Yes? So I take it, colleagues, that we are now ready to begin. So that said, I am now going to declare the voting open, and please, Nora, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, distinguished delegates. We are ready to begin the secret ballot. According to the statutes and the rules, in Rule 1.2 of the Governing Council, each member parliament of the IPU shall be represented on the Governing Council by 3 parliamentarians, provided that its representation includes both men and women. Single-gender delegations will only be entitled to 1 vote. Only parliamentarians who are present in the room can vote. My colleagues are in the room to ensure a smooth voting process, and I kindly ask all delegates to follow the directions of my colleagues. You will be invited to a polling station where you will receive the ballot paper. On the paper, you will check one of the boxes and proceed to the urn, where we have our 2 tellers, Ms. Sauda and Mr. Nadir. And you will place your ballot paper in the urn. Please then return to your seats using the center aisle. Once again, please return to your seats using the center aisle. As Madam President just explained, to assist with the flow of delegates making their way to the front to cast their votes, delegates will be called in turn from alternate sides of the room, starting with South Africa, then Algeria, followed by South Sudan, and then Zimbabwe, and so on. We are starting at the front of the room, and we will move continually back to the back of the room until all members have been called upon to cast their votes. If we are ready to start, we will start with South Africa, which is entitled to 3 votes. South Africa, would you please proceed to the polling station? We now move to Algeria. Algeria, you have 3 votes. Would you please proceed to the polling station? South Sudan, you have 1 vote. Would you please proceed to the polling station? Zimbabwe, you have 3 votes. Zimbabwe, would you please proceed to the polling station? Spain, you have 3 votes. Would you please proceed to the polling station? Yeah. It's good, it's good, it's good. Suriname, you have 3 votes. Would you please proceed to the polling station? Zambia, you have 3 votes. Would you please proceed to the polling station? Switzerland, you have 3 votes. Would you please proceed to the polling station? Yemen, you have 1 vote. Can you please proceed to the polling station? I can't hear you. Sweden, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Vietnam, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Tajikistan, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Thailand, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Could we please remind all delegates that you must have your badge when you come to vote? Please bring your badge when you come to vote. Thank you. Uzbekistan, you have 3 votes. Uzbekistan, please come to the polling station. Uruguay, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. United Republic of Tanzania, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Tanzania, you have 3 votes. Timor-Leste, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Tunisia, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. United Kingdom, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Togo, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. United Arab Emirates, 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Türkiye, 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Ukraine, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Delegates, may I ask for quiet in the room, and may I ask cameramen to move back from the center and side aisles. Thank you. Uganda, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Turkmenistan, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Democratic Republic of Congo. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Albania, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Czechia, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Angola, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Cyprus, you have 2 votes. Please come to the polling station. Armenia, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Croatia, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. Côte d'Ivoire, you have 3 votes. Côte d'Ivoire, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. I know. Going this way. I know. Australia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. China, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Austria, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Chile, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Chile, 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Azerbaijan, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Bahrain, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Chad, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Canada, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Belarus, you have 1 vote. Belarus, 1 vote. please proceed to the polling station. Belgium, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Cameroon, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Cameroon, 3 votes. Bhutan, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Bhutan. Cambodia, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. Botswana, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. Brazil, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. Kazakhstan, you have 1 vote. Please come to the polling station. Kazakhstan. Burkina Faso, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Hey, Pat. I know. Jordan, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station.
South Africa,
Japan, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Brunei, Darussalam, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Brunei, please proceed to the polling station. Thank you. Denmark, you have 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Denmark, 2 votes. Italy, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Italy.
From there, we start the next letter.
Djibouti, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Ireland, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Dominican Republic, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Iraq, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Ecuador, you have 3 votes. Ecuador, please proceed to the polling station. Islamic Republic of Iran, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Estonia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Indonesia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Indonesia. I understand Jordan have now all of their delegates in the room. Jordan, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling stations. Egypt, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Iceland, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Equatorial Guinea, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Eswatini, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Hungary, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Fiji, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Guyana, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Finland, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Greece, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. France, you have 3 votes. France, please proceed to the polling station. Gabon, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. The Gambia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Ghana, you have 3 votes. Ghana, please proceed to the polling station. I understand that Georgia has already voted. So we will move on to Germany. Germany, 3 votes, please. Please proceed to the polling station. Nigeria, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Niger, please proceed to the polling station. Kenya, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Kyrgyzstan, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. The Netherlands, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Lao People's Democratic Republic, 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Delegates, may I ask you to please clear the aisles to allow other voting delegates access to the booths. Thank you. Nepal, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Nepal. Lesotho, please, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Lesotho. Namibia, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Mozambique, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Mozambique. Just a reminder, all delegates should have their badges coming to the booths to vote. Thank you. Latvia, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Latvia. Libya, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Liechtenstein, 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Yeah, get a delegation, okay. Montenegro, 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Mongolia, 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. Lithuania, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Monaco, 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. How many votes? Morocco, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Luxembourg, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Mexico, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Madagascar, 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. Malawi, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Mauritania, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Malta, 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. Mali, 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. North Macedonia, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Delegates, a reminder, if you do not have your badge, you cannot vote. Please have your badges with you. Thank you. Maldives, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Delegates, can we please clear the aisles to allow other delegates to come and vote? Thank you. Somalia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Norway, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Slovenia, you have 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. Singapore, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Singapore. Sierra Leone, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Delegates, we kindly ask that only the 3 delegates voting come to the polling station. Thank you. Oman, you have 3 votes. Please come to the polling station. Seychelles, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Seychelles. Pakistan, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Serbia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Palestine, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Senegal, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Senegal. Paraguay, you have 3 votes. Paraguay, please proceed to the polling station. Saudi Arabia, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Peru, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Peru. San Marino, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Rwanda, you have 2 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Poland, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Samoa, you have 1 vote. Please proceed to the polling station. Russian Federation, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Qatar, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station.
Jordan again.
Right? I think you called them right again.
I did call them once.
So it's okay.
Okay, they have been called.
Portugal, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Republic of Korea, 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station.
DRC said they had 3 votes, but only 1 person voted. Can the other 2 come up now and vote? But I don't know if they did already. Should I go? At the end, at the end.
Yeah. Republic of Moldova, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Romania, you have 3 votes. Please proceed to the polling station. Romania. Belize, 1 vote. Belize, please proceed to the polling station. Belize. Bangladesh, 3 votes. Bangladesh, please proceed to the polling station. Delegates, may I ask for some quiet in the room, please? Quiet. I now wish to ask if all delegations have had the opportunity to cast their votes.
No.
Uganda, please proceed to the polling station. Are there any other delegations in the room that have not had the opportunity to cast their votes?
The Democratic Republic of Congo.
The Gambia, please proceed to the polling station.
The Democratic Republic of Congo.
Democratic Republic of Congo, please proceed to the polling station.
Oui, je viens de les appeler. Ils étaient appelés, ils étaient pas dans la salle.
Once again, may I ask if all delegations have had the opportunity to cast their votes? We have called all delegations by name. I believe all delegations present here in the plenary room today have cast their votes. As I do not see any other requests, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, I believe that the vote can be declared just I believe all delegations have now had the opportunity to cast their votes. And as there are no other requests, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, I believe that the vote can now be declared closed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your cooperation. I declare the voting closed for the first round. I am now going to ask the tellers and the observers to join the IPU team of Mr. Edward Cooper and Michael Stolt to now proceed to the room for counting of the votes. And colleagues, they will be reporting back as soon as they have completed their work. And in the meantime, we can continue to address our agenda as we initially agreed. And now we will proceed to item 9 of the agenda, which is, okay, let's wait for them to get out of the room first. Do we have the 4 observers? Mr. Cooper, if everybody is there, please. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, we now go to the item which we had agreed, item 9. Which is IPU priority theme for 2026, respect for human rights. Dear colleagues, during the 216th session of our Governing Council, we decided to dedicate 2026 to the priority theme of respect for human rights. Since then, a number of activities have been organized both at the global and national level. During the current assembly, some events related to this priority theme have also taken place. I will give the floor to the Secretary General to brief us on the ongoing initiatives related to this theme. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, As you have just said, this year is human rights at the IPU. We are focusing more on human rights in the various work streams that we are engaged in. And this is because we are celebrating a number of important milestones in 2026. We have the 50th anniversary of your own committee, Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, a unique mechanism in the world that is intended to defend the rights of parliamentarians wherever those rights are imperiled. We also are celebrating this year the 20th anniversary of the Human Rights Council, the United Nations Human Rights Council. And lastly, this year marks the 60th anniversary of the two international covenants on human rights. So it was only fitting, Madam President, members of the Council, for the IPU to choose to focus on these milestones and celebrate human rights in 2026. And the priority theme that you have agreed on, Madam President and members of Council, is intended to help the IPU strengthen parliamentary engagement, reinforce accountability, and support parliaments around the world in translating international human rights commitments into concrete action. And in order to galvanize this campaign, in order to mobilize parliamentary action, the IPU has devised a campaign called Bring Human Rights into Focus. And that campaign is being launched at this assembly. I don't know if we have a copy of the booklet explaining what the campaign is seeking to do. It seeks to mobilize parliaments. It seeks to promote institutional reforms. It seeks to strengthen solidarity with parliamentarians at risk. And it seeks to reinforce parliamentary leadership in defending human rights worldwide. We have, Madam President, members of Council, scheduled a number of very important activities throughout this year in 2026, and these activities revolve around exchanges among parliamentarians on key human rights challenges. We have the campaign that we have mentioned. We have also set out to encourage parliaments to carry out human rights audits in their parliaments, and we have also scheduled a major global conference on human rights, which, if I'm not mistaken, will take place in November 2026. It will be a foundational conference that will expectedly lead to a call to action for more stringent prosecution of the human rights agenda. Madam President, particular attention will be given to the protection of the rights of parliamentarians, and later today you will be receiving a report on the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, who will explain to you what it is that they are doing in defense of the rights of parliamentarians around the world. Yesterday, we did have a special segment of the Assembly that was dedicated to celebrating the 50th anniversary of action by that Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And we invite you to consult. I think most of this information is online. We invite you to consult the schedule of activities that are slated for this year in celebration of these milestones. Let me conclude, Madam President, honorable members of Council, by saying that we cannot take for granted that human rights will advance on their own. For human rights to thrive, they need commitment, they need leadership, they need sustained engagement, especially by parliamentarians, the representatives of the people. So this year should be seen as a year wherein we do celebrate our successes, but we also have a lucid assessment of where we are. We look at the challenges that we are facing along the path towards full enjoyment of human rights, and we rededicate ourselves as a parliamentary community to promoting strong action in favor of human rights. Madam President, thank you very much. I commend our campaign for your endorsement at this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for sharing this update. Dear colleagues, I wish to inform you that the Executive Committee received the information on the 2026 IPU priority theme on human rights. The Executive Committee expressed its support for the planned activities, suggested scaling up on-site fact-finding missions, more transparent committee reporting, and to learn from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's youth and gender engagement practices. It also called for the Human Rights Handbook for Parliamentarians No. 6 to be shared domestically. The Executive Committee encouraged the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights to take a lead in the IPU's 2026 human rights activities, with improved communication to the Executive Committee. Colleagues, can I take it that you wish to note both the Secretary General's update and the Executive Committee's feedback? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Colleagues, we now go to item 10, future interparliamentary meetings. Under agenda number 10, the Governing Council is invited to review and approve the list of future interparliamentary meetings currently scheduled for 2026 and part of 2027. I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General to provide an overview about these meetings that are likely to take place in 2026 and 2027, part of it, or the beginning of it. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you once more, Madam President. Honorable members of Council, you have received the document on future meetings in your pigeonholes or at the entrance to this room. That document is also available online. It is intended to give you some sense of predictability as to your engagement throughout the year 2026, but also 2027 when it comes to participating in activities of the IPU. You will see from this document that there is a rich schedule of events that are foreseen. I would like to say that for each of these events, we have endeavored to indicate how it is consistent with the strategic objectives of the IPU as articulated in the current strategy. So you'll see that all those activities there are not extraneous to the strategy. They're always within that framework which has governed us for the past 5 years. And so if you look at that document, you will see on page 1 that after this assembly, this 152nd assembly that is winding down today, we are set to travel to Arusha, Tanzania in October 2026 for the 153rd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Earlier this year, I was pleased to travel to Dar es Salaam to conclude the agreement for hosting this assembly with the relevant authorities of the United Republic of Tanzania. And so the dates that have been set aside for that assembly are the 5th to the 9th of October. During this assembly, I believe the Tanzanian delegation has been very active in promoting attendance at that very important assembly that will take place. Thereafter, in terms of statutory assemblies, we have scheduled the 154th Assembly of the IPU for Geneva in May, 17th to the 21st of May 2027. You will see that this assembly is scheduled to take place relatively late in the year. This is because of the fact that the usual venue where we hold our assemblies, the Geneva International Conference Center, is busy, and this is the only slot that we could find to accommodate us in 2027. However, Madam President, I think you and your colleagues are of the opinion that this particular assembly in Geneva is not set in concrete. If there are any offers for us to travel out of Geneva, the executive committee will be pleased to consider such offers and allow for other countries or other parliaments to be able to host the IPU in their country. So if that does not happen, if we do not have any offers and offers that are accepted, you are set to travel to Geneva once again. We don't mind as the headquarters of the organization to host you at the seat of the IPU. Thereafter, we have problems because we don't have any offers for 2028. We can definitely not meet in Geneva because at that in 2028, the Geneva International Conference Center will be under renovation and they will be closed for business. So we are looking to you, we are looking to any good Samaritans that are here to come up and offer to host the assemblies in 2028. Madam President, members of Council, that is what we have so far in terms of statutory assemblies. Maybe you can just give me 1 minute to speak to the specialized meetings there so I don't have to take the floor again. Just to point out that only meetings for which we have secured resources are included in this schedule. We are saying that everything being equal, all the activities that are here will be carried out because we do have the resources. And as I said earlier, they all are compliant with the strategic objectives of the IPU. Many of the meetings you will see have already been approved by the Governing Council. There are a few that need your approval, and those have been singled out very clearly, and we're hoping that you can give your endorsement to this schedule so that the Secretariat can continue to make preparations for the smooth organization of these events. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Colleagues, do we have any concerns or any questions about the list of meetings for 2026 and part of 2027?
Madam President.
Sorry, where is that coming from? Please mention your country.
Bangladesh.
I don't.
It's on Bangladesh, not on these meetings.
Which country is it?
Bangladesh.
Oh,
it's not on these meetings, but in the previous item, you actually talked about human rights. And yesterday we discussed that Bangladesh would have an opportunity to put its observations forward with regard to the committee report.
It's a Bangladesh. The clarification is that we were not talking about meetings. We were talking about committee reports.
Right, that's correct. On the committee report on human rights.
Excuse me, right now we are talking about the future meetings of the IPU.
Right, exactly. But the previous item was on the human rights, right? The previous item, the human rights
the previous
committee
item,
report?
we are done with that already. I'm sorry. We can't go back to it. We are done already with that.
No, but then we were supposed to give a time for providing our observations.
Sorry, Bangladesh, there will be a report. Okay, so during that report, that's when you can be asked to give your interventions. But for this item that we are dealing with right now is item 10 of the agenda, which is talking about future interparliamentary meetings. So you can't address that issue under this item.
Okay, so we will come back to this again.
Sorry,
later.
please. That's the end of you speaking. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, I was asking if there's anybody who has any issue on the list that has just been shared with you. I don't see any hand, so I would like to inform you about the fact that the Executive Committee had the opportunity to also look at this list, and the Executive Committee had an update on the plans for the 153rd Assembly to take place in Arusha, Tanzania in October 2026. And the Executive Committee took note of a positive assessment on the technical suitability of the venue and the political readiness of the country to host. So, colleagues, as it happens that the current president of the IPU hails from Tanzania, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you there and inform you we are ready for you. We will all be waiting for you to see what Tanzania has to offer. And also that is the time, okay, it's not time now to discuss the election of presidency, but that's the time also when your president hailing from Tanzania will be giving up her seat to the possible next IPU president. So, colleagues, the Executive Committee also took note of the ongoing efforts to secure future Assembly hosts for 2027 and beyond. The Secretary General has just briefed you about what is likely to happen. If we are able to get offers from different countries that would like to host the 2 assemblies next year, we'll be more than pleased, because May, like the Secretary General has said, is a little late for our usual timing of the assemblies, because we have 2 assemblies in a year. So we wouldn't want them to be very close to each other. So the offers are welcome from your respective countries, and the Executive Committee will also look into those. So we would be happy to hear from you, dear members, about that. Do I take it that, colleagues, you approve the recommendation of the Executive Committee, but also the list of the future Inter-Parliamentary Union meetings? Thank you very much. It is so decided. Colleagues, I have also been reliably informed that the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians, which is scheduled to take place from 2nd to 4th June 2026 in Belgrade, Serbia, the registration is low. And I would like to inform you that we are only 4 weeks away. And so we are encouraging the membership to encourage women parliamentarians, but also men parliamentarians to register for this very important conference, where we get to discuss issues that relate to women, but also to the entire human issues that concern all of us as human beings. In the light of this, and with the view of sensitizing delegates to attend, the Parliament of Serbia has prepared a video for us to see and then get excited about that meeting. So I'm going to ask the technical team to play the video for us, please. So, colleagues, I would like to encourage you to register and attend to this very important meeting. Now, we will move to Agenda 8. You remember we had already dealt with A and C, and we left B pending. So now we will go to that item, dear colleagues. The Executive Committee examined the situation of certain parliaments and general political developments in some of those countries. It made a number of recommendations on these cases for consideration by the Governing Council. I wish to invite the Secretary General to take us through, and we will be making decision on the basis of each case that is going to be presented. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you once again, honorable members of the Council. We are always very pleased at this stage to report to you on certain developments around the world as part of the accountability that this institution owes to its member parliaments, as part of the work that the mandate that you have given to the Secretariat to keep monitoring political developments in the world and identify challenges that parliaments are facing across the world in terms of their functioning and other impediments. So today I propose, as usual, to take you through a number of cases which I hasten to say are exceptional cases, because we are talking of parliaments that do not exist, parliaments that are functioning under very dire conditions. And while we do this, we look at political developments, but you will see from the report that we have submitted to you, which is an extensive report, that we also signal countries in which we are also defending the rights of parliamentarians that are imperiled. So I will not go into those cases of human rights of parliamentarians, because later today you will receive a full-fledged report from your committee on the human rights of parliamentarians, which I believe that it was the moment that the Bangladesh delegate a moment ago was indicating that it will be an opportunity for you to be informed and updated on where we are with the various cases of human rights of parliamentarians across the world. So, having prefaced my presentation, I would like for you to look at that first slide that we have on the screen. There, I hope you can see that we are dealing with a number of categories of parliaments around the world, parliaments that are not functioning, transitional parliaments, there are many of them, parliaments functioning in a political situation that may impact upon their functioning. And of course, we also have indicated on that map the parliament, or where the status hasn't changed. That at a glance gives you an idea of where parliaments in difficult situations are found across the world, and you will see that no particular region is left out, unfortunately. Then when you look, I show you this graph that gives you also a clear idea of the evolution of the situation of non-functioning parliaments, parliaments that are in transition. The gray ones, I think the gray bars, are those that are transitional parliaments. In recent years, the number has remained more or less stable. From last year, we have had a slight decrease in the number of transitional parliaments, and this is because a number of parliaments have graduated from the category of transitional parliaments, like Gabon, like Chad, and so they no longer figure in this list. Lastly, you have those two pie charts there that give you an indication of the distribution of non-functioning parliaments and transitional parliaments around the world. And you will see from that list that, those two pie charts, that the Middle East and North Africa have the lion's share of non-functioning parliaments, whereas is that correct, Carrie? Yes. And for transitional parliaments, it is the Middle East and North Africa again that have, Sub-Saharan Africa that has the lion's share. So the bulk of transitional parliaments currently will be found in Sub-Saharan Africa. So, Madam President, I'll just go quickly through the individual countries and also indicate to you what the recommendation of the executive is to the governing council. If we can start with Afghanistan. Afghanistan has no functioning parliament since the Taliban took over in 2021, but you have continued to engage with the parliament that was in place at that particular time. That parliament is present here at this meeting. We have not noted any significant development since you last met, and you have recognized the parliament that was present at the time as the interlocutor in the IPU, functioning as or participating in our work as a non-voting observer in the proceedings of the IPU. Madam President, you and your colleagues decided to maintain this position, to continue to recognize that parliament and engage with them in the hope that in the near future things will normalize and we can have back in the IPU a fully fledged parliament that is representative of the will of the people. So, Madam President.
Colleagues, do we approve that recommendation? Colleagues, do we approve? Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General.
Madam President, Bangladesh is a country wherein we can report progress. As you remember, in 2024, there was the popular protest that led to the ousting of the then administration of Mrs. Sheikh Hasina. Since then, Bangladesh had been functioning in a transitional mode. You had continued to engage with the transitional authorities in the country, including in the area of human rights. And I trust that the Bangladesh delegation will be able to give us more information when the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians will be presented here. But since you last met, things have evolved in the right direction. Elections have taken place. I think the elections took place in February, if I'm not mistaken, and the newly elected parliament convened in March. They have their governing structures in place, and we have a delegation from Bangladesh, I've just said. Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of this positive developments, and you decided to welcome the newly elected parliament of Bangladesh, and you invited the IPU. You recommended that the IPU be invited to engage with this parliament, given the fact that it's made up of many first-time MPs, to see how we can work together to provide assistance to that parliament so that it is up to speed when it comes to the normal functioning of a parliament. Madam President.
Colleagues, do we approve the recommendation? Thank you very much.
Madam President, Eritrea is there only because we want to continue to keep an eye on what is happening in that country. There is no functioning parliament. There has been no news about any political developments in the country. We have done our best to engage the Eritrean authorities to try to see how we can bring clarity to this matter. But no, it is not happening. We do not have any hope that elections will take place anytime soon. But we do continue to monitor and engage on the human rights of some parliamentarians who have disappeared in Eritrea. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of this lack of progress when it comes to Eritrea, and recommended that the IPU continue to monitor the situation and hope that at some point you'll find some entry points for us to have constructive engagement.
Colleagues, do we approve the recommendation? Thank you very much. This is so decided.
Haiti is, had their membership rights suspended in the IPU because there is no functioning parliament in Haiti at this particular moment. And there have been efforts in the recent past to put in place the conditions for organizing elections to the Parliament of Haiti. It looks like there has been some movement in recent months, which we are monitoring very closely. And so, Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of these recent developments, and you decided to recommend to Council that the IPU continue to monitor the situation and offer assistance if required to make sure that those elections take place as soon as possible for a new parliament. Thank you.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you so much. It is so decided.
Kuwait, the Parliament of Kuwait stands dissolved since 2023. The Emir of Kuwait is assuming legislative powers for a maximum of 4 years, which means up until 2027. It is in light of this background that you have continued to engage with Kuwait, with the administration of the Parliament of Kuwait that is functioning. Kuwait is in good standing financially with the organization, and you have in the past, Madam President, you and your colleagues have encouraged the IPU to continue to monitor the situation there and see if it can be of any assistance, because your wish is to welcome as soon as possible a newly fledged parliament in Kuwait. You have therefore recommended to Council that this position be maintained. Thank you.
Colleagues, do we approve the recommendation? Thank you very much. It is so decided. Martin?
We move on to Myanmar. Myanmar, as you remember, had the democratic process in that country subverted way back in 2021 with the cancellation of elections that had taken place and which had been found to be free and fair. And there was strong opposition and condemnation of the military in Myanmar. You did take a decision to continue to recognize the parliament that was supposed to have been sworn in at that particular time, that finally constituted itself into what they call the Committee to Represent the Myanmar People. That is the entity that you have been engaged with all these years, that you have recognized as the legitimate representatives of Myanmar. In recent years, recent months, I think it was early this year, Karine, or in December, elections took place in Myanmar, but those elections have not been recognized by anyone in particular. So the parliament that is supposed to have been elected from those elections is not being recognized by any entities, including ASEAN, that is in the neighborhood. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of these developments, and you decided to maintain your recommendation that the IPU continue to engage with the committee to represent the people of Myanmar until such time as more legitimate elections can take place and the will of the people of Myanmar can be fully represented in their institutions.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. We move on to Sudan. Sudan is without a functioning parliament. The parliament that was in place in 2019 having been dissolved as a result of the coup that took place in that country. There have been attempts in recent years to organize elections for a new parliament, but the has been complicated by the fact that I think it was in 2022 or 23, civil war actually erupted in the country, making it very difficult or even impossible to hold elections that would reflect the will of the people. You have been monitoring Sudan, and I remember that in the past you have asked that the IPU look into how they can help the authorities in Sudan to move on to the path of normalization and bringing about constitutional rule in Sudan. This has not happened because of the civil war. But Madam President, I just want to point out to you that recently I was introduced to 2 Sudanese ministers and we did invite them to come to this assembly. I don't think they were able to come, but we have those leads that we're going to be following to see how we can more usefully and proactively engage with the Sudanese authorities with a view to restoration of constitutional order. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues decided to recommend to Council that we continue to monitor the situation in Sudan.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. It is so decided. Thank you very much, SG.
Madam President, in Syria, there has been progress since you started monitoring Syria. with the ouster of the then regime of Bashar al-Assad and the establishment of what we would consider the beginnings of a legislative institution in Syria. You did at the time request the IPU to engage with those authorities to see how we could provide assistance with a view to a normalization of the situation in Syria. We have continued to engage with the authorities, but as you may know, we are dealing with a post-conflict country that has been in the throes of conflict for a long time, and it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly who we can do business with. But it is something that is on our radar screen, and Madam President, you and your colleagues recommend to Council that Council continue to welcome the developments that are in place, the establishment of the beginnings of a new parliament, and continue to advocate for IPU's support to the new authorities in Syria with a view to the establishment of constitutional rule.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Madam President, we move on to the second category of parliaments that are on your radar screen. And this is where I believe we can express some satisfaction, given that there have been positive developments there in these countries. And let me start with the good news. Karim decided that I should not start with. Let me start with the good news that from this list, we have Gabon that has now graduated from the list of transitional parliaments. It has now returned to full constitutional rule with both houses of parliament having been constituted, with a head of state that has been elected through an elaborate process. I want to point out that, Madam President, pursuant to the decisions of the Governing Council, the IPU has supported the transitional process in Gabon. Yesterday, you did hear during the special segment on human rights appreciation from the newly elected Speaker of the National Assembly of Gabon, appreciation to the IPU for its support. We are continuing to extend our support to that parliament because we don't want the progress that has been achieved to be unraveled. And later in May, we are set to go to Gabon. The Gabon is now the example of good practice, and so we're going to have a second meeting of speakers of transitional parliaments in West and Central Africa that will continue to share notes and experiences with a view to full constitutional rule in this part of the world. So Gabon, congratulations on graduating. That is, if the Governing Council agrees on graduating from this category of parliaments that are under review by the IPU.
Colleagues, I think this is one of the good reports we have had, so I don't think we need to take any decision. We just congratulate them for graduating, right? I think we do. Thank you very much. So congratulations, Gabon, and we wish you all the best, and we hope to keep seeing you in our assemblies the same way you have done now. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we came here, we had already welcomed the fully fledged Parliament of Chad that had also graduated in the course of 2025. So you may want to congratulate them again on their success and encourage the IPU to continue to support that newly fledged Parliament.
So, colleagues, we take note also of the progress made in Chad, and we wish them all the best. And we will keep not monitoring anymore, but we will keep supporting them as IPU so that they don't regress, but they keep progressing. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. All the best to Chad.
Madam President, we go to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is a transitional parliament, but I can certify that parliament, in addition to just being a transitional authority to look at how the return to constitutional rule can be hastened, has also been functioning as a fully fledged parliament. Thank you. Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of developments in Burkina Faso, and you decided to recommend to Council to continue to engage with the authorities of that country, while expressing the hope that the transitional process can be hastened so that we come to a successful conclusion like we are celebrating today for Gabon.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Secretary General.
Madam President, Guinea is a country where we can report progress because a lot of things have happened, largely thanks to the IPU, we must say. There have been elections for the presidency of the country. There is a new constitution for the country, and the IPU was very active in providing technical assistance for the design of organic laws that will govern a new Guinea. As we speak, I think we have technical experts on the ground, if I'm not mistaken, working with the transitional parliament in Guinea to provide assistance, technical assistance, with a view to refining those laws. Madam President, elections are due to take place in May this year for the National Assembly, and later there will be elections for the upper house of Parliament, the Senate. And so hopefully the process will come to a conclusion in the course of this year, and you may want to recommend to Council, Madam President, as you discussed in the Executive Committee, that we acknowledge these positive developments and continue to engage with the Guinean authorities with a view to the restoration of full democracy and constitutional rule.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you so much. It is so decided.
Guinea-Bissau, Madam President, is very complex. You have continued to recognize the parliament that was in place some years ago, before the president took upon himself, the then president, I think, took upon himself to wrest legislative power from the parliament in place at the time. You did, in fact, continue to recognize the Speaker of the Parliament at the time as the IPU's interlocutor. Madam President, in recent months, we have seen a spate of developments taking place in Guinea-Bissau with a coup that was perpetrated by the military following elections that were, to say the least, contentious, because the major opposition leaders were excluded from the elections. And when it was apparent that the then opposition leader, who was allowed to participate in elections, was set to win the elections, the then president decided to self-stage a coup. We all know that that coup was staged by the then outgoing president. Since then, there is a military junta in Guinea-Bissau, but that military junta is not making headway in forging consensus. There is a transitional legislative body that has been established, which has not been recognized. I don't think it has been recognized even by the regional integration body, ECOWAS, nor the African Union. But recently, Madam President, we did receive a delegation from the parliament that is recognized by you. They came to see me in Geneva, and we invited them here to Istanbul to engage in discussions with the Executive Committee of the IPU. And it became apparent during that discussion that the opposition now is in a posture of dialogue and not confrontation with the junta. They were very elaborate in explaining that they wanted to dialogue with the junta in order to find a solution out of the current stalemate that we're facing in the country. And so, Madam President, in view of these discussions, you and your colleagues decided to recommend to Council that we continue to engage with the authorities of Guinea-Bissau, but we also look at how we can join hands with other stakeholders, such as the regional integration body, ECOWAS, and the African Union, in order to promote the dialogue that is very important for the restoration of normalcy in Guinea-Bissau.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. It is decided. Thank you very much.
Madam President, this is from Iran. May I say something and ask a question?
Well,
This is Iran.
Is it in respect of the Guinea-Bissau?
This is in respect of the general report of our distinguished Secretary of General of our IPU.
Okay.
Oh, it's generally about the situation of certain parliaments, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Then they can
Okay.
do that after.
Thank you, Madam President.
Hold on. I think because it's not specific to the country and because we keep approving every country, I'll give you a chance, Iran, after we have finished the countries, okay? I'll give you a chance to address us.
All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Secretary General.
Mali, Madam President, I think you can treat Mali just as you have dealt with Burkina Faso. They are in similar circumstances, and you did discuss and take note of the developments in that country. And your recommendation is that the IPU continue to monitor the situation and engage with the authorities with a view to speedy return to constitutional rule.
Colleagues, we approve the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Thank you, Madam President. Niger last year, they were suspended from the IPU because they did not have, at the time, a functioning parliament. But then they subsequently established a transitional parliament, the Council for the Consultative Council for a Foundation, which promptly applied for readmission. You did readmit Niger last year, and they are sitting now as full-fledged members of the IPU. But you also recommended that the IPU continue to support that transitional parliament in its efforts to, as they say, refound the system in Niger and bring about constitutional rule as soon as possible. So, Madam President, we have been working with that transitional parliament. We have organized a number of training activities, and I believe that we are in the process of establishing a roadmap for continued support to the parliament, the transitional parliament of Niger. We hope that in the near future we'll be able to welcome a fully fledged parliament in Niger. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues took note of these developments and recommended to Council that we continue to monitor the situation and provide assistance to that transitional parliament. Thank you.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you so much. It is so decided.
South Sudan is a country, a parliament that has been in transition since 2016. There is a parliament in South Sudan that is functioning, albeit with difficulties, but you have been monitoring the situation, and there have been plans for elections to take place, and those elections have been rescheduled a number of times, and this matter has therefore been brought to your attention. You have expressed the wish that you would like to see the elections take place as soon as possible so that we have the pleasure of welcoming a fully fledged parliament in the near future. So the recommendation is for us to continue to monitor the situation. We do know that we have been providing some form of technical assistance to that transitional parliament, and you did say, Madam President, that you and your colleagues would recommend to Council to not only monitor the situation, but also express the strong wish that elections take place as soon as possible for a new parliament.
Colleagues, we approve the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Madam President, we move on to the third category, where the political situation impacts Parliament's capacity to function. These countries that are on this list are all in place and they are functioning with some degree of difficulty. Madagascar, we don't need to come back to the political upheavals that have taken place in recent years regarding Madagascar, but we do know that there's a rump of a parliament there. The National Assembly has not been dissolved. It is functioning, and the Speaker of the Parliament of that National Assembly had been set to attend this assembly. I don't know what happened. They're not here. But it's a country that you need to continue to monitor, Madam President, and if there is any escalation of the tension in that country, then you should be able to step in as a global parliamentary organization.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Nepal also experienced upheavals last year. When you did meet in Geneva in October, you took note of the tension that was in the country, and you did express the wish that elections that had been foreseen in that country take place as soon as possible. And today we're able to report that the elections have taken place and the parliament is now functional in Nepal. But we know that they are functioning under very fragile conditions, and so you did recommend that we take note of the developments, and we do encourage the IPU to engage with the new authorities with a view to supporting the capacity of the parliament that has now been in place.
Colleagues, we take note and we also approve the recommendation. Thank you so much.
Madam President, for Palestine, elections have not taken place in Palestine for as long as we can remember, because there have been impediment after impediment to those elections, and it has not been possible to hold elections. But we do understand that elections to the Palestinian National Council, which is the umbrella legislative body of Palestinians in the occupied territories, but also in the diaspora, that elections to the Palestinian National Council, that in fact exercises membership for Palestine in the IPU, those elections are scheduled to take place in November 2026. This is a development that, of course, is welcome. You and your colleagues discussed the matter and you said that we should continue to monitor the situation, and you expressed the hope that those elections foreseen in November could actually take place so that you could have a fully fledged Palestinian National Council continuing to exercise Palestine's membership in the IPU.
Colleagues, we approve the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Madam President, for Venezuela, I think we'll crave your indulgence. The Venezuela is still under discussion within the Executive Committee, and I think that the Executive Committee is not in a position to make any recommendation regarding the status of Venezuela. We do know that there is a parliament that was elected last year, I think it was in May 2025. That parliament has now been sworn in 2026. There are consultations still going on regarding the status of that parliament in the context of the overall political situation in Venezuela. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues did decide that you recommend to Council that we continue to monitor the situation and that we come back to the situation of Venezuela when the Executive Committee will have had the opportunity to further examine the situation in June this year, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Colleagues, like he said, we are not approving any decision in respect of Venezuela because it's not put forward across to you, but the Executive Committee will be looking into that matter when we next meet in June.
My point was also about Venezuela, Madam President, from Iran.
Yes, you will be given a chance, Iran. You will be given a chance. Just be patient. So, colleagues, there is no decision to be taken in respect of Venezuela. Mr. Secretary General.
Lastly, Madam President, we have Yemen. Yemen, no notable development regarding Yemen. There is a parliament of Yemen that is represented in the IPU, which for the time being is not functioning on Yemeni territory. I think it's functioning out of Aden, if I'm not mistaken, but they are active in the IPU. Elections are not taking place for obvious reasons because the country is in the throes of a war. So you have discussed and taken note of this lack of progress, Madam President, and you and your colleagues decided to continue to monitor the situation and advise accordingly.
Colleagues, we agree with the recommendation. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Madam President, with that, I've come to the end of my presentation on the situation of certain parliaments around the world. And we hope, we are sure that the decisions that the Governing Council has taken today will help us to continue to support parliaments and monitor developments and see how we can help to restore democracy in countries that are somehow in difficulties when it comes to democratic credentials. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for that presentation. Colleagues, the Executive Committee had a chance to congratulate and appreciate the good work that is being done by the Secretary General and his team in terms of following up what is happening in our parliaments, but also trying to support the parliaments that need support from IPU. So we all look forward to having more concrete results like the examples we have had from Chad, but also Gabon. So I had promised when we come to an end that I will give a chance to Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like also to join to Your Excellency to express my gratitude and thanks to the very important job which Mr. Secretary General and the Council have done, and it was quite clear in their reports. About Venezuela, what was missed is at least we should introduce the problem there which happened from our last meeting till now, and that was thieving of the President Maduro and his wife, Madame Maduro, who was member of parliament. And when I was foreign minister, she was speaker of the parliament. At least we should mention that this was the problem in Venezuela. This is all I wanted to bring to your attention. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Iran. The matter that you have just raised, perhaps when we we will be looking at the activities of committees and other bodies, we have the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Then we will get a chance to not just address that, but take that into account.
President.
So we have noted what you have just said.
Madam President.
I have heard somewhere else.
Thank
Madam
you.
President.
What's the
Suriname.
Is it Suriname?
Yes.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Suriname.
Suriname.
Yes, and Burkina Faso. Suriname, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I also want to express my compliments to for the good work for the Secretary General done. His lot of efforts has put down. I have 2 points to make here, Madam President. The situation in Venezuela. With the new parliament, there is an election have taken place. The new parliamentarians are not sworn in, but Venezuela must be represented as it was before. Like, and even we take the old parliament, the old representative of Venezuela. We have to be inclusive. We need someone of Venezuela. Maybe the Secretary General and all our bodies can take that into account. Secondly, the situation in Haiti. It is for us in the Caribbean, we are not happy. The people in Haiti itself, we are not happy with the situation. With the experience of Mr. Secretary General, I urge that he put more efforts with his experience to bring some new developments there, because it's a pity that we don't have a parliament working there. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Suriname. Now we will listen to Burkina Faso.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'intervenais en ma qualité de chef de Burkina Faso sur le.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to take the floor on behalf of Burkina Faso, responding to the report. What we read in the report
is that the National Electoral Commission had been dissolved. But in fact, the National Electoral Commission will have its task replaced by the Ministry for the Territory. So that doesn't mean that the functions have been removed. They've simply been transferred to another structure. And with regard to the other point of the humanitarian question and the security levels, which reported as being declining in the report. Actually, the number of internally displaced has gone under 2 million from a previously higher number. A lot of families have managed to return to those areas liberated by our security forces, previously areas occupied by terrorists. And then from the humanitarian perspective, there have been problems with a certain number of NGOs leaving. However, it is the state that has taken over that area of work. So there's a reports of deterioration in the situation, but I think you have to put things in perspective, because particularly with regard to security levels and the situation of civilians, the situation has seen improvements. Also, there are legal cases on the way. The civic processes are now being treated within the appropriate jurisdiction in the conventional Republican approach. So I do think we need to put things into perspective vis-à-vis the report and the statement that things are continuing to deteriorate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Niger, yes, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a point to raise because last month the European Parliament involved itself in the internal affairs of Niger with regard to the situation of the former President Bazoum. We expressed our indignation at this intervention to our colleagues. There's a second microphone open. The interpreters can't hear the speaker. The Niger is a sovereign country, not a member of the European Union, and we cannot accept another parliament interfering with the internal affairs of Niger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The two issues that were raised by Suriname, I think I had already addressed what Iran has mentioned. So the two issues raised by Suriname was in respect of Venezuela and Haiti. In the case of Venezuela, the executive committee will have a chance to look at it when we meet in June. And I believe the Governing Council will have now a chance to decide about that when we meet in Arusha in October. In respect of Haiti, like the recommendation read here, we will continue monitoring, and definitely the recommendations or the views that you have expressed, we shall be looking into them and see how best we can actually assist in by using our own parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue as we usually do. In respect of what has been raised by Burkina Faso, we take note of your words, and because we are still monitoring the situation, we take note, but also appreciate the new developments that you have shared with us. And because we are still monitoring, so I am sure in the course of the next few months, we will have more information from yourself, and we will be able to update our report. And in respect of what has been what has brought to our attention by Niger, well, because we are not privy to the discussion that happened there, and we are not sure whether they spoke against the parliament in Niger or the government, we wouldn't want to get into the details while we are not really appraised on what actually happened. But of course, we take note of what you have just raised. Colleagues, I have received two countries who would like to take the floor on this matter. If you would agree with me, these will be the last two countries because this is our last day and our time is really pressed. So these two countries will be the last to address us on this matter, then we get moving. Mexico followed by Yemen, you have the floor. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, President. Just I want to express to our Secretary General, Martin Chungong, all the best. I want to recognize him for all his legacy for youth, for women. You promote a new generation in IPU. You were a big promoter of a new generation in IPU, so I want to wish you all the best. We will be reminding you, and just I want to send you the best wishes in this retirement, dear Secretary General, and thank you for all your passion, your job for more than 30 years in IPU. We will miss you so much. We will miss you so much. And just invite everyone to the Serbian Conference of Women Parliamentarians. It will be in June 2026, and we want men and women participating in this Conference of Women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yemen, you have the floor. Yemen.
شكرا لرئيس الاتحاد واشكر الامين العام على تقرير.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Secretary General for the report. In the Iranian Parliament, we cannot, in the Yemeni Parliament, we can't work for internal and external reasons. Partly because of the executive and the governing council. There are security problems due to the state coup carried out in 2015 by the Houthis and due to internal reasons, given that the Presidential Council has not allowed us to meet since April 2022. The Inter-Parliamentary Union says that it will continue monitoring the situation. Hopefully, they can give us an idea of when our Parliament can resume its work and we can get back to our normal work. Thank you.
Colleagues, in respect of what has been said by Mexico, it doesn't need a response from me because it was directly, it was personal to the Secretary General paying tribute or compliments. But at the same time, you have been invited to the Serbia Global Conference of Women. And what has been raised by Yemen, yes, we have already made a decision as Governing Council for the IPU to keep monitoring the situation. In terms of the timelines, we may not be able to do that, but definitely we will be employing our parliamentary diplomacy to reach out to the other side, not just the parliament, but the government side, to see how best we can resolve the impulse that is existing in the country. Colleagues, I'm sure you have also seen that our two tellers are back and they're here with me, so I am going to receive the results from them and then have a sense of what we have come up with after the completion of the counting of votes. Dear colleagues, work has been done by the two tellers, but also the members of that team from the Secretariat. They have already done a good job, and so I have the results, of which I'm going to read to you right now. So the candidates were Ms. Averinopoulou, Ms. Philip, Ms. Thiam, and Ms. Wintergreen. And the number of ballots, 321. Blank or void ballots, 2. Valid ballots, 319. Absolute majority, 160. Votes obtained. Ms. Averinopoulou got 47 votes. Ms. Thiam got 14 votes. Ms. Wintergreen got 29 votes. Ms. Ander Philip got 229. Thank you so much. Yes, please come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. You will excuse me, I'm going to try to keep a steady voice right now, but you will understand that I feel very great emotion, and words cannot even begin to express how I feel right now. I am deeply humbled and tremendously grateful for your confidence and your support. And I do pledge that I will spare no effort to make you proud. I will always be here for you, to listen, to understand, and to work with you in the service of your parliaments and of your people. Je dois reconnaître, merci.
I have to recognize that I have never waged a campaign before. And over these last few months, I've had the great fortune to be able to speak to you on the phone, WhatsApp, Zoom, and of course, personally here at the Assembly. I have to tell you how much I've appreciated your comments, ideas, suggestions, and your constructive criticism. I firmly believe that together we will succeed to further develop our organization, making it even more relevant than ever.
Acknowledge and pay my respect to the other wonderful candidates, Ms. Fatou Thiam, Ms. Cecilia Videgren, and my good friend Dionysia Avgerinopoulou. I really am convinced that any one of them would have made an excellent Secretary General, and it has been a great pride for me to be in such good company. I wish you all the very best. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank all of the people here in this hall and outside of the hall, the ones who believed in me, Speakers of Parliament, individual MPs, Secretaries General of Parliaments, staff members. I won't give names, but you do know who you are. I would like to thank the authorities of my home country of Romania, the leadership of the Romanian Parliament, Senator Ioan Stan, and all the members of the Romanian IPU group, Foreign Minister Oana Tsoiu, and all of my former colleagues from the Romanian Foreign Service that have supported me during this campaign. I am not only just the first woman Secretary General of the IPU, I am also the first Eastern European Secretary General, and I'm very proud of that. I would like to pay tribute to all the outstanding IPU leaders who over the years have inspired me and from whom I have learned so much. President Sergio Paez of Chile, Pier Ferdinando Cassini of Italy, grazie mille, Teo Ben Gurirab of Namibia, Abdelwahad Radi of Morocco, Saber Chowdhury of Bangladesh, to whom I wish to extend a special message of solidarity and deep gratitude, Gabriela Cuevas of Mexico, Duarte Pacheco of Portugal, and of course our wonderful Tulia Axen from Tanzania. I also wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the three Secretaries General that I have had the privilege to know and to work with. Pierre Cornillon of France, who believed in my country very soon after the revolution of 1989, and who brought an IPU assembly to Bucharest when we needed it very much. Anders Johnson of Sweden, who hired me, who placed great trust in me, and from whom I have inherited a great love for this organization. And of course, Martin Chungong, who for many years has generously shared his wisdom and his kindness. He will leave very large shoes to fill, but I do hope that we, IPU, our parliaments, will be able to benefit from your huge reservoir of wisdom and experience. I wish to thank our very gracious and generous Turkish hosts. I was expecting initially this assembly to take place in Geneva, and maybe it would have been easier for me, but you have done such an outstanding job, and this is an incredible assembly, and Istanbul will always hold a very special place in my heart. And So I wish to thank a big word of thanks to Speaker Kurtulmuş, Ms. Asuman Erdogan, and the wonderful Turkish IPU group, as well as Ambassador Doğan and his fantastic team. I also, if I may, wish to thank my colleagues in the IPU Secretariat. As a candidate, I had to step back from my usual role as Secretary of the Assembly to concentrate on the campaign. They were ready and willing to mobilize and to step in, and they've done a fantastic job. And I have to say that I'm very proud of them all, because I think I mentioned this in several of the discussions that we've had this week, and I hope I don't sound biased here. But if you look at what a small team of people do in terms of research, reports, publications, programs, activities, events, it is really quite extraordinary. And I know he is watching. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to Sergei Chelnokov, who for the past 10 years has been working pro bono since his retirement, organizing the IPU historical archives so that today they may be digitized and made available to you, your parliaments, and the public at large. Thank you, Sergei. Last but not least, I would like to thank my family, my husband Trajan, who has also always supported me, and my career, and since his retirement from the Foreign Service last year has been my personal, very special advisor. I would like to thank my beautiful daughter Theodora, who helped me with my social media presence, my communications, and my candidacy brochure. My wonderful son Michna, who has challenged my ideas and has given me some sound advice on messaging and presentations, and their love has given me the strength to go forward with this adventure. And as a last point, I feel that I want to say that I'm also thinking of my parents, Nicolae and Georgeta, who left this world many, many years ago, but they are the ones who instilled in me the values of hard work, of service and integrity, and I know that they would have been very proud today. So I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, and I look forward to seeing you all at our next assembly in Arusha, Tanzania. So thank you.
Colleagues, I don't know. Colleagues, I'm going to request you that you allow me to say a few words before she goes out. Yes, please allow me to say a few words before she goes out. Anda Philip, please, can you come back? I want to say a few words before she goes out. Yeah? Thank you. Please. I can see the members of the Governing Council want to snatch you from me right now, but let me say a few words before you go out and people have a chance probably to hug and congratulate you. Colleagues, because the excitement was high and we were all happy, clapping, I couldn't stop her from, that momentum. So allow me now to put the records correct and clear so that, it's recorded that we said that. So I would like to take this opportunity, colleagues, to announce that Ms. Philip has, therefore, obtained the absolute majority of the votes cast in the first round of the election. And in accordance with the Rule 34, Sub-Rule 1B of the Governing Council, is declared as elected to the office of the Secretary General of the IPU for an initial 4-year term period from July 2026 to June 2030. So, now on your behalf, colleagues, she has already addressed us. I would like to officially congratulate Ms. Philip for assuming this position, much as it will be in July, but the membership has shown you the trust that they have. It's always a great mandate to have won in the first round. So congratulations, but also we all wish you all the best in this mandate that you're going to take. And as you have informed the membership for long enough, your abilities, but also your commitment to serving them, we wish you all the best, all the energy you need to reach out to them, to listen to them, and to embrace everybody. And we wish you all the best, and we know the members are going to give you all the cooperation you need to make sure IPU succeed in its mission, in its vision, and of course, in its just newly adopted strategy. We wish you all the best, and we love you too. All the best. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, we will now proceed with the agenda. So we will now move to item 11, which is activities of the committees and other bodies. And as you all know, the practice has been when the committee is presenting its report, then we also elect the members to these committees. But this time, in order to save time, we will go with the reports and then elections will be held in the afternoon. So we will now be calling on the President of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians to address us. Do we have our President in the room? As we wait for this, we can go. Okay, so we will hear from the President of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Please, you have the floor.
Madam President, dear Secretary General, dear parliamentary colleagues from around the world, I have the honor to present you the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. The draft decisions that I will submit today for adoption by the Governing Council concern the situation of 204 parliamentarians and 17 countries. Before doing so, however, I wish to first highlight two significant developments in our cases in Eswatini and Tanzania. In Eswatini, former parliamentarian Mr. Dube was pardoned and released from detention in November last year following constructive consultations between the committee and the Secretary General and the national authorities. The committee expresses its deep appreciation to the King of Eswatini for granting this pardon. Following the IPU Secretary General's return visit in early March this year, efforts are now actively underway to secure a pardon for the second detained former parliamentarian, Mr. Mabuza. In this context, I also wish to place on record the committee's appreciation for the personal engagement of the Secretary General in advancing these cases towards a satisfactory resolution. Turning to Tanzania, I wish to thank the Tanzanian authorities for receiving a committee delegation last month. I also wish to acknowledge the key role played by the Secretary General in securing and facilitating this mission. Thanks to this mission, the committee gained a better understanding of the status and findings of the investigation into the 2017 attempt on Mr. Tundu Lissu's life. The committee delegation met with all relevant authorities and obtained substantive information on steps taken to advance the investigation. This information underscores the importance of hearing directly from Mr. Lissu. The Secretary General is currently consulting with the Tanzanian authorities to secure access to him in detention, and the committee encourages the continuation of these efforts in expectation that they will be successful. We will now turn to the presentation of the draft decisions. Given that the first decision concerns my own country, Mongolia, I will kindly ask you to allow the Vice President of the committee, Mr. Harry Kamboni, to present it. Please, Harry.
We now come to Mongolia. In Mongolia, the committee examined a new complaint regarding Ms. Bukatoya Karabata, a member of the State Great Hall of Mongolia. First, the committee thanks the Mongolian parliamentary authorities for the information they provided in writing. Ms. Bukatoya Karabata was accused of the unlawful seizure of power of the parliament after chairing a parliamentary session aiming to dismiss the then Prime Minister. Ms. Butagaya was the Deputy Speaker of Parliament and the acting Speaker at the time of the event. As a result of the proceedings initiated against her and a decision issued by the Constitutional Court of Mongolia, Ms. Bukatoya Karabata was stripped of her position as Deputy Speaker following a parliamentary decision. After examining all the evidence and the documentation of its disposal, the committee decided to declare this complaint admissible. The committee also expressed its deep concern about the disproportionate criminal proceedings initiated against Ms. Bukatoya in violation of her parliamentary immunity. Finally, the committee also took note of the right to record draft bill currently under review by the Parliament and called on the parliamentary authorities to ensure that the draft bill is in line with the Mongolian Constitution and established international human rights standards. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 24 and 24 of the English and French versions respectively. Let me now give the floor back to the committee president. Thank you.
So, Madam President will continue to go and. Oh, okay, Madam President, before you go on, please, the election team, please remove the staff because they are blocking the members. And since we will not be having any other round, please, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Let me now present the other draft decisions in the alphabetical order of the countries concerned. Algeria. In Algeria, the committee examined the case of Mr. Abdelkader Jedeh, a former member of the Council of the Nation. The committee thanks the President of the Council for the information provided in his letter dated April 14, 2026. Since Mr. Jedeh's in absentia conviction for the legitimate exercise of his right to freedom of expression, he was found refugee in Spain. However, he recently faced an extradition request from the Algerian authorities. The committee is pleased to report that Mr. Jedeh was not extradited. Given the disproportionate conviction of Mr. Jedeh and the intimidation he faces in Spain, and in light of the committee's findings, the committee calls on the Algerian authorities to drop the proceedings against him, reconsider their position vis-à-vis his rights, and strengthen the protection of the rights to freedom of expression for all members of the Council of the Nation. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 1 of the English and French versions.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided. I am sorry we hadn't adopted the draft decision under Mongolia, so I'm going to ask you to adopt it also. Members, do we adopt? Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Next, Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, the committee examined 6 individual situations, including those of Mr. Saber Chowdhury, Honorary President of the IPU, and Mr. Fazle Chowdhury, former President of our committee. We thank the Bangladesh delegation for the information provided and for engaging in a constructive dialogue with the committee.
Madam President, hold on just a second. Yemen, yes?
Algeria.
Algeria, yes?
السيدة الرئيسة السادة الحضور.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the case from Algeria, which has been described, I'd just like to remind you that Mr. Abdelkader Jedeh was sentenced, but that had nothing to do with his parliamentary activity. He has had problems with the law because he committed offences described in Algerian criminal law. So you shouldn't mix up his offences with his parliamentary activity. Thank you.
Colleagues, I must say it's unfortunate that we had already adopted the decision, but our colleague is expressing some form of, is raising concerns about the fact that this committee is dealing with that case of this member. So maybe we need some clarification. We need clarification because the argument by our colleague from Algeria is that this person's conviction has nothing to do with him being a member of parliament. So now we want to understand, the case against him started when he was a member of parliament or after his term? That clarification will now be able to inform the Governing Council to make a decision. Colleagues, the clarification given here is that the case that involves him began when he was a member of parliament. So, and like I said, it's unfortunate that we had already adopted the decision. But our colleague from Algeria, we are here. When we are done with this report, you can provide probably more information that, you know, the case happened this time and the committee maybe has a different timing of that case. But the committee will be seized with the authority to deal with it, provided the case that is against him was actually during the time when he was a member of parliament and he raised it with the committee. So for now, it will remain like that until when we have different evidence from your good selves. Okay, so we were now dealing with Bangladesh. Madam President, please, you have the floor to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. So in Bangladesh, the committee examined 6 individual situations, including those of Mr. Saber Chowdhury, Honorary President of the IPU, and Mr. Fazle Chowdhury, former President of our committee. We thank the Bangladeshi delegation for the information provided and for engaging in a constructive dialogue with the committee during our hearing. We noted with interest the delegation's statement that the newly established national authorities are conducting accountability proceedings in accordance with due process of law. We also met with one of the complainants, which helped us gather updated information. The committee welcomes the delegation's assurances of support and cooperation. We hope that with the new parliament now in place, the long-requested committee mission to Bangladesh can take place soon. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 4 and 4 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Madam President, yes. Bangladesh would like to put its observation.
Okay, Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you so much for this opportunity. Certain parties have approached this committee alleging that Bangladesh present government is violating the rights of certain parliamentarians who actually belong to a fascist party. Bangladesh firmly and categorically rejects this framing put forward by them, and we ask this assembly to examine the factual foundation of who these individuals are. The IPU's mandate rests on defending the rights of democratically elected parliamentarians. The word democratically elected is not ornamental. It is the entire basis of parliamentary legitimacy. The report of the Human Rights Committee speaks for people who were never elected by any means in any democratic election. If IPU accommodates and recognizes fascism and fascist regimes that stand for them, this will be adding a dark chapter in the history of the IPU. Let us state the record plainly. In 2014, all major political parties in Bangladesh boycotted the election, resulting in over 150 seats being uncontested of the 300-seat parliament. In 2018, elections were marred by systematic documented rigging, ballot boxes stuffed the night before polling day. In 2024, once again, all major parties boycotted. In none of these 3 elections did voter participation meaningfully reflected the will of the Bangladeshi people. Not even 5 to 10% people participated in those elections. The individuals now claiming the protection of this committee were not parliamentarians in any meaningful democratic sense. They were occupants of parliamentary seats in a system that had systematically dismantled electoral integrity, suppressed opposition by killing them, and subjected them to enforced disappearance and silenced the civil society for 16 years of fascist authoritarian rule. They filed more than 100,000 cases with more than 6 million accused who were all their political opponents. The people of Bangladesh rose in a mass democratic uprising and revolution in 2024 August, precisely to end that system which this fascist regime tried to resist by killing more than 1,400 people in 36 days, leaving more than 20,000 people wounded. Their attacks even involved shooting from helicopters indiscriminately. Bangladesh's government is not persecuting parliamentarians. It is conducting accountability proceedings under due process of law against individuals who are instruments of a regime that imprisoned real opposition politicians, murdered protesters, and hollowed out democratic institutions for nearly 2 decades. The individuals mentioned in the report has full legal representation, available medical facilities, and 3 have been enlarged on bail. It seems that perpetrators are now being portrayed as victims by the IPU. We urge this committee not to allow the language of human rights to become a shield for those who spent 15 years dismantling democracy. The integrity of this institution on its 50th anniversary demands nothing less. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Madam President, just one more thing. We would kindly request the committee to include our protest, which we have put in writing in the report.
Colleagues, as per our procedure and practice, we will not Bangladesh's delegation reservations, but we have to also put the language correctly in the way he's saying it, because this parliament was not quote-unquote dissolved in the way that you would have dissolution when you have an election. So we cannot say they are not members of parliament. It's the same way when we handle situations in transitional parliaments where one parliament is dissolved, maybe in a way that is not the usual way. So these people are allowed to bring their complaints to IPU. And definitely IPU doesn't listen to one party. So that's why we are noting your concerns and reservations, but at the same time, the committee is seized with powers to deal with such cases.
Yeah, we are just requesting our observations to be put in the...
I have already ruled on that we are going to note your reservations, not just the one you wrote, but also the one that you have raised now. That one is noted, Bangladesh.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Colleagues, I invite you now to adopt the decision as proposed by the President. Do we adopt? Thank you very much. It is so decided. We go now to another country, Belarus.
Thank you, Madam President. Belarus, this committee has pursued a resolution in the case of the disappearance in 1999 of Mr. Viktor Gonchar in Belarus for half of its existence. The committee has accumulated ample evidence establishing the state's responsibility in this case, including by holding a hearing with an accomplice to Mr. Gonchar's enforced disappearance. Yet, Belarusian authorities suspended the investigation and have stopped responding to queries. The committee welcomes the resumption of the trial before the Swiss courts to establish accountability in a historical universal jurisdiction process and offers its support to the Swiss judicial authorities to ensure that justice is done at last. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 8 and 9 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Go ahead.
Next, Democratic Republic of the Congo. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the committee examined the case of Mr. Jean-Marc Kabund, who was sentenced to 7 years in prison for exercising his legitimate right to freedom of expression. In February 2025, Mr. Kabund was released before the end of his prison sentence after receiving a pardon. Since his release, Mr. Kabund has been able to freely express his political opinions and exercise his political rights. The committee therefore proposed to close his case, considering that a satisfactory solution has been found. The committee nevertheless calls on the Congolese authorities to better protect the right to freedom of expression and opinion of members of parliament to ensure the non-recurrence of such cases. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 11 and 48 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you so much. It is so decided.
The next, Ecuador. In Ecuador, the committee has declared admissible a new case concerning Ms. Esther Cuesta Santana, who is subject to criminal proceedings allegedly arising directly from the exercise of her parliamentary mandate. The committee invites the National Assembly of Ecuador to provide the requested information and to engage in a constructive dialogue with a view to reaching a satisfactory resolution of this case. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 14 and 12 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Next, Gabon. I am pleased to report that the committee proposed to close the case of Justin Ndundongoye from Gabon. After nearly 3 years in detention, he was released, ran in the recent elections, and was elected as a national senator. The committee thanks the transitional authorities for their cooperation with the Inter-Parliamentary Union and with our committee in resolving this case. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 16 and 14 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. And thank you so much for the report, but also the Governing Council takes note that this case is closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Kyrgyzstan. A year ago, this council adopted a decision in this case of Mr. Adahan Madumarov, a parliamentarian who was arbitrarily detained for 6 months and deprived of his mandate in an unfair trial over a matter that far exceeded the statute of limitations. The committee deplores that Mr. Madumarov was not allowed to take part in last November's election and calls on the Parliament of Kyrgyzstan to carry out the necessary reforms to prevent such situations from reoccurring, including by ensuring that the principle of a free representational mandate is firmly protected in law. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 18 and 17 of the English and French version of our report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Next one, Madagascar. The committee examined the case of Mr. Fetra Razafisimialona, a member of the National Assembly of Madagascar. In 2023, Mr. Razafisimialona was briefly detained for participating in an unauthorized demonstration. He was later given a 1-year suspended prison sentence. Mr. Razafisimialona has resumed his political activities as an MP and was elected Vice President of the National Assembly. The parliamentary authorities of Madagascar played an instrumental role in ensuring the protection of his parliamentary rights. The committee wishes to thank the authorities for the diligence they demonstrated in this case and therefore decides to close his case, considering that a satisfactory solution has been found. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 20 and 21 of the English and French versions of our report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much.
Next, Nicaragua. Regarding the collective case in Nicaragua, the committee remains deeply concerned by the fate of our colleague, Mr. Brooklyn Rivera Bryan, who was detained by the state agents in September 2023. He is reported to suffer from serious health conditions requiring specialized care. The lack of official information on his whereabouts, health, and legal status is highly alarming, and the committee regrets the lack of response to its reiterated requests for information. Regarding Ms. Nancy Henrique James, we have noted with satisfaction her release on health grounds. We remain concerned, however, about the loss of her parliamentary mandate and the conduct of the proceedings that led to her conviction and 8-year sentence. We reiterate our call to the National Assembly of Nicaragua to facilitate, without delay, the pending visit of the committee in order to engage in constructive dialogue and work towards a satisfactory resolution of both cases, in line with the state's international obligations. I therefore invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 28 and 28 of English and French versions of our report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Next, Pakistan. The committee thanks the delegation of Pakistan, in particular the Minister of Law and Justice, for the answers to these questions on the detention condition of Mr. Imran Khan and other former parliamentarians from the PTI party. However, the committee remains concerned by the numerous allegations in this case, which include ill treatment, arbitrary detention, and multiple violations of due process. The committee looks forward to receiving a definitive answer to its long-standing request to carry out a mission to Pakistan, which it sees as an essential step to resolve this serious case. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 31 and 31 of the English and French versions of the report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Next, Palestine. The committee examined the cases of several former Palestinian parliamentarians, including Mr. Marwan Barghouti, Mr. Ahmed Sadat, and several others who remain in detention in Israel. The committee wishes to thank the Palestinian delegation for the valuable information shared during the meeting. The committee deplores that Mr. Marwan Barghouti and Mr. Sadat, two emblematic figures of the Palestinian political landscape, continue to languish in Israel prisons in the most inhumane and degrading conditions on the basis of charges that have never been substantiated. The committee is also extremely concerned by the alarming number of Palestinian detainees in Israel, including several former PLC members who are held in administrative detention, which puts them at risk of arbitrary proceedings. Lastly, the committee is also deeply concerned about the adoption of the death penalty for terrorist law by the Knesset, which in and of itself is discriminatory as it targets Palestinians only. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 35, 39, 42 of the English version of the report and 36, page 36, 40, and 44 of the French version of the report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. It is so decided. Thank you very much.
Next, Thailand. The committee regrets that the Thai delegation was not able to meet with it to discuss the cases of 47 opposition parliamentarians in Thailand. The party was dissolved by the Constitutional Court for supporting an amendment to the Criminal Code provision, which imposes excessively heavy prison sentences for the crime of lèse-majesté. The committee looks forward to receiving more information on the upcoming constitutional drafting process and encourages the Thai parliamentary authorities to use this opportunity to bring its constitutional framework in line with its obligations under international human rights law. The committee is particularly concerned by another legal process which could lead to the suspension of 10 parliamentarians over their parliamentary work and possibly to the deprivation of the political rights of a total of 44 parliamentarians for life. Such a punishment would constitute an extremely serious violation, and the committee urges the Thai parliament to do everything to protect their rights. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 46 and 51 of the English and French versions of the report, respectively.
Madam President.
You have already clapped, but I have seen Thailand.
Yes.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Honorable delegates, colleagues, I would like to provide a formal clarification from the perspective of the Parliament of Thailand regarding the matter of the 44 members of the Parliament. The Parliament of Thailand, as the legislative branch, is constitutionally mandated to enact law and represent the people. However, in accordance with the fundamental principle of the separation of powers, our legislative, executive, and judicial branch operate independently. The Parliament does not possess the judicial authority to adjudicate individual cases. To preserve institutional integrity, each branch must refrain from interfering with the function of the other. This structure is consistent with most nations worldwide where powers are separated to ensure independent exercise without interference. The matter concerning these 44 members of Parliament is currently under the jurisdiction of the independent constitutional bodies, including the Constitutional Court of Thailand. This body exercises their authority autonomously and is in accordance with the law. The Parliament has no mandate to direct, influence, or intervene in these ongoing proceedings. Any such involvement would be inconsistent with the rule of law and judicial independence. In conclusion, the Thai Parliament wishes to emphasize that this matter is an ongoing legal and constitutional process. It should not be construed as an action or the responsibility of the Parliament itself. The Parliament of Thailand remains fully committed to the framework of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, promoting democratic values and strengthening the rule of law through constructive dialogue. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Dear colleagues, we take note of that extra information shared with us. At the same time, also we note also the reservation, and we are going to encourage our colleagues to try to find in the busy schedule to meet with the committee so that the committee is seized with extra information that has also been shared here. So colleagues, we adopt the recommendation. Thank you. It is so decided. Yes, Madam President.
Next, Türkiye. I am presenting to you two draft decisions concerning Türkiye, relating to two collective cases examined by the committee. A key development since our last report is the on-site mission carried out by the committee to Türkiye in December 2025. I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Turkish authorities for the openness and cooperation shown in receiving the delegation and facilitating its work. At a time when respect for human rights is under strain in many parts of the world, this willingness to engage with the committee is particularly noteworthy. The mission allowed for substantive and constructive exchanges with a wide range of interlocutors, and I would note in particular that the delegation was able to meet Mr. Selahattin Demirtas in detention. In both cases, the committee sincerely hopes that its ongoing dialogue with the Turkish authorities will help address its lingering concern about the impact of criminal proceedings and detention on the effective and legitimate exercise of political rights in Turkey. It is also in this regard that we welcome the report adopted in February 2026 by the Turkish Parliament Committee on National Solidarity, Sisterhood, Brotherhood, and Democracy. We trust that the implementation of the report will contribute to meaningful improvements in strengthening democratic governance and the protection of the rights of parliamentarians in Turkey. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 50 and 54 of the English and 56 and 61 of the French versions of the report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Belgium.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for the effort that you have made in your committee. I think it's very good that you are now on speaking terms with your committee and the Turkish delegation, Turkish Parliament, Turkish opposition. I think it was also our wish that because we have now here our General Assembly in Istanbul, that we at least has taken the opportunity to have these missions, and that's also what you have done last December 2025, and also already this year in March, etc. At the end, of course, and that's for me also the consideration, we still have 110 cases. So let us say a concrete result, we don't have it now. I hope it will be in the really nearest future, and that you still will keep on talking with the Turkish delegation, because you have to understand, it's good that you can talk, but we also like to have concrete results in the nearest future. Thank you.
That is a recommendation. We take note. Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided. Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. Next, Ukraine. The committee thanks the Ukrainian delegation for the information provided and for the welcome extended to the committee to visit Ukraine to seek a resolution to the case of Mr. Dimitruk, a member of the Verkhovna Rada, who was sought asylum in the United Kingdom due to mounting death threats. The committee fully appreciates that an ongoing armed conflict creates exceptional challenges for the Ukrainian authorities. However, the committee is convinced that the Parliament of Ukraine is under a duty to make every reasonable effort to defend, protect, and fulfill the rights of Mr. Dimitruk, including his rights to an effective remedy for the public threats made against him. In addition, the committee looks forward to the conclusion of the trial on accusations of bodily harm that were raised by the authorities and himself as soon as circumstances allow it. In this regard, the committee thanks the judicial authorities of the United Kingdom for the access provided to the IPU trial observer who witnessed Mr. Dimitruk's extradition trial in London and takes note with interest of her report on the trial, which has been shared with you all. The IPU committee looks forward to the possibility of traveling to Ukraine to meet with relevant stakeholders and gain a better understanding of the legal and factual circumstances raised in this case. I invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 71 and 80 of the English and French versions of the report, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much. It is so decided.
Last but not least, Zambia. The committee is pleased to report that it proposes to close the case of Ms. Given Katuta Milva following a satisfactory resolution of her situation. Ms. Katuta Milva had been temporarily suspended from Parliament, arrested on 2 occasions, and subjected to criminal proceedings. In December 2025, she was acquitted in all charges. She is now free and has resumed her parliamentary duties. The committee thanks the National Assembly of Zambia for its cooperation throughout the proceedings. I invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 94 and 102 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Colleagues, we adopt. Thank you very much.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
Dear colleagues, so the cases I have referred to here are only some of the many before our committee. While we are not submitting decisions on these other cases today, our committee is continuing to examine them, closely monitoring the situation of 841 parliamentarians in 48 countries. As we mark the 50th anniversary of our committee, I call on each and every one of you, when you return to your parliaments, bring human rights into focus and mobilize your colleagues in the spirit of parliamentary solidarity. Together, we must raise our voices for those who cannot, our colleagues who, at this very moment, are imprisoned, threatened, or missing. Thank you for your attention.
Colleagues, let me take this opportunity on your behalf to thank our president of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, together with the vice president, for the good job that they're doing, and the members who come from your respective countries. They're doing a good job. We really appreciate. But also the Secretary General, who is being assisted by his team. We really appreciate all the effort you're putting into ensuring that the human rights of parliamentarians are upheld. That said, colleagues, I thank you also for your patience, and I'm going to now, is it adjourned the meeting? Okay, we adjourn until 2:30. We will begin at 2:30 with the reports of other committees. Thank you so much. See you later.